If you're new here, let me quickly set the context before we start. On this channel, we look at horse racing through data, race structure, and risk, not tips or hype. Instead of jumping straight to who will win, we slow things down and first ask, which runners cannot win and why? You'll see an Excel sheet on screen during the stream. Think of this as the engine that runs the analysis here. It's a proprietary model we've developed to understand how a race is shaped, not just who looks good on a race card. By combining pressure, pace, distance, class, and competition, the engine helps us see where a race is stable and where forcing a pick would be risky. When the signals line up, we act. When they don't, the engine tells us to step back and explain the risk instead. You can use the timestamps below to follow the analysis race by race. Welcome to the Grandstand Gazette, data-driven horse racing analysis, educational use only. No betting advice, full disclaimer in the description.
Good morning. Today is 24th of June 2026 and we are going to be doing some analytics today here at Doomben. Now, Doomben is in Queensland and it is one of the most prominent tracks in Queensland. The ground rating is soft and the last finishing mile is about 400 meters. We've got about 8 races today here and some of them are maidens, some of them are benchmark races, a few class 3, class 1 races. And we'll see what we can do here. Now about Doomben generally offers about 40% on the odds, which means if there are 10 races, 4 of the favorites should be home. We'll see how that works and we'll try to navigate through the rest. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there's circumstantial changes, we often highlight those and give it a shout out. So we're with the first one, which is a maiden race, 1100 meters, and we'll take the market snapshot and see what the market is saying. Jimmy, welcome back, bro. Seven and 8 has been scratched. We don't have 7 and 8. 4136. Yeah. So that 4 is the favorite. Now, there are a couple of things which are happening here today. And before we get into this, we will take a look at what happened on Saturday and how do we navigate. And for that, we'll open up the Saturday results, the races that we did on Saturday. So this was the first one, the 4 won, and 1 came in second. Okay. Then came 6, probably. No, then came 3, and then 11. Okay. Simultaneously here, the 11 actually won. We figured out that part of the story, that it has to be -5, and a higher weight ratio here within the IW. And that is something that is a winning contender. So that's something that we have to keep an eye. But most importantly, what needs to be taken into consideration. Okay. So I was trying to work with this over the last few days, and this is what I figured. So we have a drop section where we get to see what is the drop of the actual horses, right? And who are up in class and who are down in class. This is the drop which is prescribed. We find the drop through here, which basically talks about how the drop is coming across. What is the total carrying weight? What is the weight on the jock? Now, so this particular section, when we talk about, we know that a drop with a higher jock allocation, when it is a drop, a low drop, or lower raise and a higher jock allocation, we know that something is going to work here. Now, what is the problem? The problem is this, that we know that we can figure out how the jock body weight is showing here on the RH, and we take a chance thinking that maybe this is where it is going to be. All right, that's what we try and assume. Now, what I have figured out is there is a better way of doing it. The better way of doing it is this, that when I'm looking at this particular column, which is showing that if this is a 54.5, it is raising the bar at 51.5, but here it is showing a drop. So basically, the ideal weight on the horse should be this. The bar raises here. We see the last weight here, and today what it is carrying here, what is the drop here from this particular weight. So now the thing is, what I have noticed, one thing which is constantly coming in is we will not go to the extreme ones. Like this one was from gate number 21, and it actually worked. And if we look at from TW, so 1 was the highest, then it was 3, and 4 won, 1 came second, 3 came in the third position. We will not go to the third position immediately. We need to work on that. But here is the fact. The fact is this, that how how 4 is winning with a lower jock allocation and why 1 is not winning. Is it because of the form line? It is to some extent, but here is the other way of looking at it. Okay, so this drop, this particular column, okay, this drop is basically the deficiency on the jock allocation. This is the deficiency on the jock allocation. Now, what does that mean? So basically 4, okay, 4 should have had a jock showing that, but instead it showed like this, which means this becomes a challenge for the jock, wherein the jock here should have shown this. That means 0, 0, but it has been given an increment here. Okay. If we go to the next also, if you look at this, the jock is -5, should have been 0, but given -5. So the closest it is, the better it is. Okay. So the closest it is, the better it is. After the 11, then came 8. It should have been -2.5 here, but the bar raises, the weight increases on this, and it came second. 10 should have been -2.5 on this, and the weight should have been allocated like that. I will be allocating the weights, which is going to bring in one more weight section. So we have this particular weight, we have this particular weight, then this is the one which the horse is actually carrying. This is the ideal weight. And what is the winning weight? Okay. So we will get the winning weight once we have a confirmation on this from the premium tracks like Randwick, Flemington, and so on. Especially Sandown, we need to get this from Sandown hillside or lakeside as well. So because that's an uphill, we will see how that works. So basically, the closer it is, the better it is. We will see how the jock is being allocated and how close it is. Okay. So here, if we look at what is going on, okay. So there are two reasons why the inclination is on 1 and why we should skip this race. Firstly, from TW, that is one of the highest. This is a drop. Here it is not doing well. Okay. This number 2 is not doing well. The negative leverage is -10. So that's not doing well. This one is okay. If we look at how the jockey allocations are, so this is the requirement was -1, it is -5. Ideally, everything is on 1. Okay. 4 as a 55, winning is difficult as a neutral. And the 3, which is showing all good and everything with the jockey allocation, probably is the second place. Okay. Or the third place, could be anything. Why? Because it should have been -5, it is 1.5. The contrary is this, that we have seen a tendency of a higher drop, a lower drop with a higher jock getting a success. But we will see how accurate that thing works. What the problem with 4 is this, that it's a 55, it is going to be running as a neutral. Secondly, if we look at the jock and the jock allocation, they somehow, he's one of the laziest guys. It's 1100 meter. Ideally, everything falls on one. Okay, ideally, one should win. But why we should stay out of this one, why we should not get into this one, is because this horse has something wrong with it. It has got 13 races. It is still a maiden. Why it could not break the status of a maiden is something that we don't know. All the horses are showing negative leverages. Things are prone to go wrong. How it will go wrong, I don't know. I work with the data. One is the one which should win. Problem is 13 races, still a maiden. I am not going to get on with this. 4 as a 55, difficult to win as a neutral. 3 has 2 races, done nothing, has the highest advantage, which probably has a place, but is a negative 9 on the leverage. So I don't find things to be very doable when it is all negative leverages. Negative leverages usually means that they're all bad horses, and this one probably is something that is better to watch how things work, and we will try to figure out how those numbers react with each other. So these are both 53.5 here on the ideal weight. Raise the bar of 1.5. This one has a drop here showing from 56 with a jockey allocation. This one has no drop. It is going to run 55. And that's how the entire section is looking. So we will see how this thing, and then we will move on. Then we will move on from the next one, probably, if things are suitable. But this one is probably better to avoid. All negatives. The 3 is looking very good through the form line. I mean, that's just the form line. Things can go wrong because it's a negative leverage. Plus, it is a 2-year-old colt. The jockey has no prior relationship with that colt. Whether that colt will run, that's the first question. Winning is a different ballgame altogether, but to be able to get a place, that colt needs to listen to the jock. The jock is good, but will it listen to the jock and will actually run is something that we will watch. 4 is the highest body weight out of all this, and that's a mare, probably that's why. But this is not a negative, okay, but that's the lowest, which also means that it is a good horse, okay, but it is going to be running neutral. So we are going to, I'm not going to get into this. I will not suggest anyone to get into this. We will watch what happens. Jimmy! Yes, the first one looks lethal, bro. Yeah, that train is my neighbor, bro. That train is my neighbor. It does that thing. No issues, bro. No issues. That's life. And anyway, this is a weekday here at Doomben. We'll see. Not that we have some great racing happening. It's just that we need to get the weekdays sorted and we need to get clear with how the allocation is working. So basically, you know, we're very close. We're very close. We almost have everything. Probably we are within the last few pieces of the puzzle. Once we have that, things are going to be better. Sure, I'll do that, bro. I'll do that. We all are trying to survive, Jimmy. We all are trying to survive. It's work and work. That's all that we have. And that's probably making us dull. Just work. There's nothing else. At least in my life, there is nothing else apart from the fact that at times I have to do unpaid work for my wife and for the home. But that's more or less where I belong to.
Off a third of the Deegan trials, $2.10 out to $2.30. Late 240 now, in fact, into 225. An Artistic Endeavour is resuming off a 4-month break and is $4.60 into $3.20 as best back to beat it. 2 trials here and 1 the most recent. Meanwhile, Dominator number 3, $3.40 this morning, is currently at $4.20, heading up the rest. That's the tab read. Over to the bookies now. And Extreme Taste is $2.10 out to $2.30. Artistic Endeavour, $3.50 into $2.90. Best back to beat it. Dominator, $3.50 to $4.20. Listen, Johnny, number 8. Go again. Number 6 for Emily Lang is $7.50 into $7. And even little nibbles at longer odds for the 2 and the 5. We're starting the day on a soft 6 track. And that tab special I mentioned is relevant today to the first 2 races at Doomben. Details on screen. Rail out 11 metres today on this soft 6 track. It's a midweek high to David Fowler.
Thanks, Marto. Yes, 11 metres is as far as it goes out. It can't go any further, so it's at its furthest distance, and the track right into the soft 6 should be on the better side. We've had very little rain over the last 7 days. Interesting betting races you've been outlining there with Extreme Taste, a solid favourite, but good support for Artistic Endeavour to beat it, whereas they're happy to gamble with Dominator. The other 3 are at double figures. Well, a field of 6 are loading up for the first race. Bertie, thanks for that. These runners moving in for the first race. First of 8 races today. Ideal Winners' Day. They're all in. It's set to jump for the first. Red light switched on. Running 11.10 metres. Starter holding them. Racing. The Ruffy Mini Boo came out a clear last. Apart from that, it was a great line out and a great go for the early lead. Martin Vanagila was showing out momentarily, but taken on by Dominator, and they stride together as they hit that first bend. Listen, Johnny, 2-way third. Extreme Taste in fourth, 2 to Artistic Endeavour, and 2 to Mini Boo, last of the 6-8 off the lead. Down the side, 6.50 left to Rana, and Dominator is working hard. It can't cross Martin Vanagila. They set up a strong gallop. That certainly suits Listen Johnny in third. Artistic Endeavour ramping up to be fourth, starting to gain on the leaders as they approach the turn. The favourite is on its outside in fifth, Extreme Taste, and Mini Boo is last. The field more compact now. Dominator reached the lead. Martin Vanagila has beaten her. To the outside, here come the fresh horses on the scene. Firstly, Listen Johnny sidles up outside of Dominator, who was quickly beaten her. Down the outside, Extreme Taste. Artistic Endeavour looking for the way clear. Listen Johnny reached the lead. Trying hard, Extreme Taste. Artistic Endeavour is driving through now. Listen Johnny in front. Artistic Endeavour coming out and I think beat it. Artistic Endeavour. I think beat Listen Johnny. Extreme Taste. Martin Vanagila. Then came Mini Boo and Dominator weakened to run last in the opener. Photo finish. Artistic Endeavour, driving through late. Listen, Jardy have reached the lead. This will be close. He'll get the bomb in. Artistic Endeavour will. By probably a short hit
164.
over. Listen,
Two.
Jardy. Extreme Taste a length behind him in third. And Martin Vanagila in fourth. Finally, Nev. Artistic Endeavour, the winner of the opener. Take a little while to win, but the market was suggesting that he would be hard to beat today, and you'll find he's got the judges nod. By Better Than Ready, trained by Kelly Schweeder, and written by CJ Graham. Glad to find his feet early. The gallop was good in the early stages. The 2 leaders cut at each other. It was set for a run on horse, and Artistic Endeavour filled the bill nicely. One is
So one wins. The 3 actually did not run. Okay, that was a colt. It just did not run. Now that's the key. Okay, so this, that was the closest. Then this was the match. Okay, then it came here because this became null and void. Both places it got null and void. So it became neutral here. It became neutral here also. It's difficult to win as a 55 with a neutral. So that is what happened. Why we stayed out of this, even after knowing that the 1 is going to win, we stayed out of this because of the negative leverages. These horses are not worth getting into an investment. You go to the next. Five has been scratched. We don't have 5. 7, 1, 4, and 2. That 10 is a check, okay? Now, yes, ideally the 7 should win. And 7 is the exact replica of the 11 from the Randwick, okay? So you see the 11, okay? That was on a 57.5. This one is on a 59. So 7 is the right odd. And that's the only horse that doesn't have a negative leverage. Rest everybody is a negative leverage. That's the only one which doesn't have a negative leverage. Now, how this might play, okay? So 2000 meters. We'll see how the 1 and the 10 gets placed, okay? We're not going to take a chance on any of those. They are all negative leverages. 7 is the right odd. Now, what can go wrong? 7 is the right odd. What can go wrong? The jock is okay. Reduced. 0.5. This is 1.5. This is like that. And 56. Here is a down. With a jockey allocation, jock looks like that. So how the 10 is going to work? Will it get the weight advantage with a -6 on the leverage? Or it is 1 which is going to go through. This is 3, okay? Should have been -3 on this jock, but it is 1.5. So here exactly that happened, okay? This should have been -1.5. This was 1.5, so that did not work. Here it is more. Should have been -3 here. We'll see how that works, but the 7 should win. The 7 should win. Now, what can go wrong? So here is the actual picture of what's going on. So if we look at how everything is placed, that is the only horse over the next 2000 meter which is going to be running as a linear, which means that it is the only horse which is handicapped. Okay, that's a linear. Rest everybody, they are not handicapped, as in they are not handicapped. So if they're not handicapped, they have the advantage. They have the free will of running. And they will run free will. And that's the only one which is so the 2 that they're talking about, 2 is also the same as 7. Okay, the 2 is also same as 7. -5, -5. The difference is in the form line. Okay, and the jock. Here we have a good jock. Here we don't. This is going to come from gate number 10 as a maiden. Over 2000 meter, that is not a problem, but this is definitely going to carry a higher weight. So we'll see how that works, because that's probably the only threat. Okay, the 7 and the 2, the only threat is this, that this is going to carry a higher weight. It is a higher class through the DIC, but it doesn't have the form line. It doesn't have a jock who probably is trustable. So that's what this is talking about. So we'll see how that works. Okay, 7 ideally should win. It has the form line, it has the arrangement, it has the jock. Gate, welcome back, Gate. You like 1 and 8. One is jumping, which is good, but the odds are right on 7. 2 doesn't have the form line, and how the 10 gets placed is what we will figure out. This is 57, 55 for 1. That is a very, very nice thing that happened, Gate. Brilliant. Brilliant.
$3.40, $3.50 into $3.10 is the clear best back to beat it. Blue Poles at longer odds, number 10 for Robbie Dolan, and the Archibald is $18 into $16, and is the only other little nibble in the race. We're just over 60 seconds away, still making their way to the start point, and riding with Secret Finkel, the current favourite. This is a maiden over the 2,070 metres. It's the second of 8. Let's take you to David Fowler, who tips Secret Finkel, who looks close to his first win.
Thanks, Marto. Yes, looks hard to beat. I don't think he's any world beater, but I will say nor is the opposition. He's at the 6 starts for 4 place.
You remember that?
Look, she can the Gold Coast last start. That doesn't instill a lot of confidence in me, but the run...
Long time we've done all those things.
41, I thought was a good enough run to win this race.
I still remember how you and I used to look at the good-looking horses.
Now $3. But having its 13th start today, it's worth keeping in mind. Hopeful Cause, only lightly raced, but it's been soft to the market, 650 out to 750. So Secret Fenkle, 190, Benzino, $3, Hopeful Cause, 750. Every other runner is double figures as these runners are about to load. First race today, won by Artistic Endeavour. Punters were on with Artistic Endeavour. They backed it well to win first up, and when it did, only narrowly a short head, but got the prize, driving late to beat Licit Johnny in Extreme Taste.
Yes.
Now these runners are about to move in for the second race today.
What all we have done, Jimmy. What all we have done.
Testing this race.
We have
These
raced in the
runners will
bushes. Looking for the heavyweight horses.
Respect for the
Good-looking horses.
passing of Les Harris. Les's life was celebrated
The
yesterday.
funniest ones were when Jenny used to come
winners not
in
in
Hong
Australia,
Kong.
but overseas in Ireland. And naturally was a horseman. Very astute. Had many feature winners and the jockeys. Remembering Les today by the wearing the black armbands in this race.
Dows! Welcome back, Dows!
More than half the field are in. Secret Fenkle has been odds on for a fair part of the betting journey at $1.90. Benzino, the best back to beat him at $3.10 and Hopeful Cause at $7.50. So no late surprises with the market here. That's basically been the way it's been for some time.
I just hope that he doesn't rave the horse. That's all that needs to be taken care of.
Red light switched on.
You don't rave it.
Secret Fenkle.
It's 2,000 meters,
3.
take it slow.
Plan is to ride him forward, more forward. Racing. And he began as well as anything, Secret Fenkle, as did the second favourite, Benzino, drawn alongside of each other. Ali and Future Hero not too far away. There's Blue Poles driving forward soon after the start, but he's in the danger of being wide as they drive towards the first turn. Deep as well was 5 of Us, then Hopeful Cause, followed by Ship Happens drifting back with Clench, and La Gracia is last of all. That's the first call. They leave the home straight and move to the side of the course now. With just over 1,500 left to run, and Benzino takes it up, and Secret Fenkle sits in second. So the two big guns of the market take the premier positions. Blue Poles 3 wide still around Ole Ali, and Future Hero inside that pair, parked in 5th. Then came 5 of Us 3 wide, but at least he has cover on the back of Blue Poles. Between runners, Hopeful Cause near the inside. Ship Happens, and the tail end pair with Clench and La Gracia 8 off the lead. Heading along the back straight now, short of 1,200 left to run, only a moderate speed. Benzino led from Secret Fenkle. Blue Poles comes calling now. After sitting wide, it moves up alongside Benzino and ends up 1 off at 1,000 metres. Secret Fenkle back to third. 5 of Us next, still deep, and now exposed, no cover. Future Hero, Ole Ali the next pair, then Ship Happens, followed by Hopeful Cause and still Clench and La Gracia, second last and last. Sweeping off the back, moving to the side, 700 left to run. Benzino trying to break through today, and he's had the best of runs. Benzino and Ben Thompson, they're the leaders. From Secret Fenkle now going closer as they reach the 600. Off the track, 5 of Us trying to box on. Then Future Hero, Blue Poles has run its race after a wide trip. Hopeful Cause starts to run on, trying to get into the money. Then came Ship Happens, Ole Ali, Clench, and La Gracia is last. At the turn, it looks like it's going to be the favourite of the second favourite. Benzino by the 300 lead. Secret Fenkle give it full bore, but still a length away. Benzino's going as well as Secret Fenkle. Then Future Hero, forget the rest, but Benzino is off and gone now. Down to the 100 metres. He leaves Secret Fenkle well in his wake, and the further they go, the bigger the margin. Benzino on the line. We'll call it 7 lengths over Secret Fenkle. Third Hopeful Cause, possibly from Ship Happens there on the inside. Then Clench, Future Hero, Ole Ali, La Gracia, 5 of Us and Blue Poles arrive last.
Benzino walks in under Ben Thompson with the winkers removed today for its first success at start 13 as a very lightly raced 6-year-old by Tarzino. Pace $3 range across the totes.
4 and 8.
To Way Secret Finkel. Hopeful Cause will run third. 8 in for fourth. Ship Happens to race number 2 with 6 races to come from Doomben. Fine way to break through for you.
Gatekeeper. 1. Yes. So what went wrong with 7? That it was raved? Or is it a better hand? They know the management. Got raved or what? Over 2000 meters. I mean, the one was also doing the same thing, but the one won. 8 to show. That's too much. Jimmy, come on. With all the horses which are negative leverages, I can't. See, 2 has been scratched. We don't have 2. 1, 6, 8, and 5. Yeah, so here is what's going on. So that one is the favorite, okay? Ideally, it looks like that the one is going to win, okay? But here is the catch. The catch is this, that the what should have been the allocation? The allocation should have been -2 on this, which is not. Okay. Oh, now this was the right allocation. What happened basically is this was the only horse which was handicapped. It tried, but that just did not happen over the 2000 meters. It's a maiden race, and the one went through, which was also the best hand, and that is something that happened. So what happened here? That was -3. Here was -5, 1.5, and this was the lowest, and that was just the jock. Okay, the jock knew how to drive that horse or ride that horse, and that went through. This one was a 3-year-old gelding. It tried, just did not work. Came in second. But that's more or less what the thing is. And they were all negative leverages. If we look at where the thing was, it was here. What happened with 8 is again difficult to assume. That was not doing well. So that's something that happened. But here, that's that, okay? That is that. Now here, if we look at the thing, so this one won with that, but here was a jockey allocation which was done rightly with the right jock, okay? Here, if we look, is the jockey allocation is not right, and the jockey looks like that. So that's the first red signal on this, that this is the issue. That's first issue. Now the second issue is this, that it'll get there. It's one of the best hands now. So it'll get there. That's not an issue. But now there are two ways to look at it. One, it's an 1100 meters, so a weight factor will definitely work. All right. If this is not working, then it is either here. Okay. It's either 3 or 4 in these two areas. Now, if we look at the 3 first, okay, the 3 is losing form line. Here, the allocation I mean, it should have been 0 here, it is 1. And it should have been 1 here, and it is 0. So, but this is a heavier weight. Okay, this is a heavier weight. These are probably places. Okay, a drop with a place will happen, but I mean, a place with a drop will happen with the jockey allocation. That will happen depending on which gate they're coming from. That will happen. But before it moves up there and clicks on any of those factors that it is carrying the lowest weight, and it has the advantage of the lowest weight, which eventually is one of the factors that might happen. But before it clicks there, it has to click here. The winning weights are here. Okay, this one is okay, it is the largest weight which it will be carrying. Problem is the jockey allocation, and the jockey looks like that. Okay, here we had the right jock, he misplaced it. I don't know what happened with him, but here it is a red signal. Now, that's one way of looking at it. The second thing is, which is going to work? Is it 1? Looks like it will have tractions. It'll get there. But how is the question? That's the jock. The best jock is here on 5, but 5 is a drop. This one is a drop. This one is a drop. This one and this one both are the same drops. Okay. Difference, this guy looks like that, but he has about 33% strike rate on this horse, which is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 3 without a form line. On the 4, we have a little form line on the 4. So where it'll click is a dicey thing. Should have been 0, is on 1. That's the genius. Let's play this 4. Probably 1 will get there somehow. But how? Blue. 55. It will come here. So which one will look for the low? 8 and 7.5. This is 1.5. First stage neutral. 56. 56.1, this is 56.1. So this one also is there, which will be low. But here the jockey is, this is not winning, definitely. And that's the part which is heavy. This one has the body weight. This one is not winning. This is 55. And that's 55.5. This is a 52. With a 7 drop, 6.5. Here it will matter. Here it will matter. So that's that. But will not take that call. So this is this. This probably is a bad idea. 2, 3, these two are the same thing. But here we have, so this is negative 8, this is negative 6. This is 3.5 or 1.5. That is anyway the EW. And put it up here on 6.5. I don't know how the rest of the things are going to work, but there's a possibility everywhere. The one is the favorite, but there are issues that are happening. These two jocks are both good. So this is a little too much to believe that it will come here, but it has the form line on 7. And that's one way of looking at it. But the other way is, does this make any sense? Yes, of course it makes sense, because last weight is 60. And if we look on 7, it came in 3rd. Okay, the 7 came in 3rd. Now the reduction is this. Problem is jock. Okay, so can it jump up to 2nd? Of course. It was with that weight, it came in 2nd. Right now there's no weight on this, so that's a huge reduction. It can come in 2nd, but to come in 2nd, it also needs a jock, which is missing, and the allocation is not right. So it can go up, or because they don't have the form line and the jock, they will fail and it'll concentrate here. That can also happen. So dicey, but that 4 is what I think has a better opportunity than this one, the 1, which is this one. Okay, the 1 is going to get there. It is not that the 1 is not going to get there. It has a partial form line which is there, like this one, which is a partial form line which is there, but that's that. Now the 4 is like that with a jock. This guy is a good hand, but he has not won with this horse. Okay, so this is dicey. This may work, may not work, but that's what it is. Ideally, with the weight, it should win on 1100 meter. Okay. Ideally, the odds are right. It is this horse, but problem is what the allocation of the jockey is. This generally doesn't work. So I mean, we've seen the first one. It just doesn't work. Here it worked because of the jock. Okay. Here it worked because of the jock. This thing came in second. He did something because of which it came in second. But here we had a jockey allocation, very strong jockey allocation on this horse, which was there. But here we don't have that. Plus, he looks like that. So that's my take. We'll see how it ends up. And a small lead on 5. Yeah, 5 is good. The question is whether the 1 will win. We will see that if the 1 is going to win. It doesn't give me a confidence on this genius, but that's more or less where it is. Can it work here? 55 from 59 with a jock. Here, this guy is Ladat, so we'll see how it works. Basically. 3, 4, 6. Top 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 6. Yeah, you're right about that, and this is probably where the game is. We'll see, the one is going to get there, but how the one is going to get there? It is going to. If it runs in this, because of 0.517, they have a good hand. H7, then the low will hit. Low will hit from where? 54 with this guy. Or it is. Generally, that is how it happens. So if the EW gets in, which is this one, probably possible. That's the lowest pressure on this horse, which is a 4-year-old gelding. Possible. What actually happened with the 7 is something that I'm very curious about. What happened? Just the jock. Is like that. He's like that, so he's definitely a better jock. Is that what it is? It's 3.5. Should have been here. That did not happen. This one with 1 is third. So is third. Yeah. But there it was with jock. Here it is not. This one is third here. 4, 1, 0 and 1, which is third. So no, this is 1 and 1. This is not 0 and 1. This is okay. 0 and 1 is this one, so this is probably third. If it works like that. 0. We don't have the actuals, that's a problem, so.
It's 5 to 5.50. Throw it back is $6.50 into $6 as the only other little nibble in the race. Let's get to David, who likes Extreme Diamond, who is resuming off a bleed.
These runners are getting ready to move in for the third today. Braveheart the favourite, and no real gamble there, $2.10. But certainly Artful Persuasion adds interest to the betting mix here, and now $4.60. It was $7 not that long ago, so there's been a big chunk of money for Artful Persuasion. So Artful Persuasion is the real market mover, to say the least. As I said, $7 not too long ago, now $4.40. Extreme Diamond is getting out to $6.50. Throw it back has always been around the $6.50 mark. So I think we can, in the end, sum this up as being Braveheart, a solid favourite, but a well-backed second-elect Artful Persuasion. And if it's a case of well-backed second favourites, we've only got to look to the previous two races. The well-backed second favourite won the first Artistic Endeavour, and the well-backed second favourite Benzino romped home in the previous race. Artistic Endeavour coming from the second half of the field, Benzino leading. Are we getting ready to move up? Braveheart. What you see is what you get, a quick horse. We'll use barrier 1 here. And with that 11-metre rail position, they 11-10 around Doomben. Be no drama being up front. Eagles Fire has got speed, though, drawn alongside of it. It's a roughy Eagles Fire, but it does go quickly. Anyway, we'll know soon as they start to move in, and Braveheart, in fact, is the first one to move up. The Bennett Racing colours, Extreme Diamond goes in. Ben Thompson riding. He parted Benzino to that easy win in the previous race. Eagles Fire takes its spot. Not many to load here. 7, in fact. Powderman comes up, resuming today. Throw it back. Again, his 4th start, about to move up. So we're getting close to the getaway. 210, number 1, Braveheart. 445, Artful Persuasion. $6, 6 Extreme Diamond, and 8 throw it back now at 7. Thank You, Henry, will be the last one up. Just trying to find some form. Thank You, Henry. He's just not firing at the moment. A lot better than what he has shown in recent starts and recent campaigns. He moves in now. And they're ready to jump in the third. There's the light. Racing. Now, Braveheart missed it slightly. Eagles Fire began fast, but Braveheart is going to drive through and keep out Eagles Fire early. Third away, Extreme Diamond. Powderman in 4th, Artful Persuasion. Slotting in 5th, but off the rail. And a few lengths away, Thank You, Henry, and throw it back second last and last. Into the first bend after only a fair start, Braveheart mustered speed. Eagles Fire on the outside, though, keeping it fairly honest as they stride towards the 600 metres. Extreme Diamond's got the camp on them, two-way third, getting a good run, and Ditto for Artful Persuasion. This well-backed commodity sitting up in 4th as they run towards the home turn. Then Powderman, 3 back on the fence, inside of Thank You, Henry, and 2 to throw it back, last and 6 off the lead. Heading inside the 400 metres and straightening for home. Braveheart, the favourite in front. From Eagles Fire on the outside, Extreme Diamond right behind them. Needs a run, Artful Persuasion. Pulled to the outside, and then Powderman running on fairly. The leader was Braveheart. Eagles Fire can do no more. Extreme Diamond's trying to get through on the inside. There's not enough room there. Braveheart's in front. 1-2 with each.
1, 6, 7, 3.
Beat Extreme Diamond. Like to see the head on there. Eagles Fire third. Not far away, Powderman. Then came Artful Persuasion and throw it back, running on through the line. And again to Thank You, Henry, last home. Braveheart, the winner. He just does everything right, this horse. He's a model of consistency. He's got speed. And he's been well placed by Tony Gold. He beats Extreme Diamond. Eagles Fire, the speedy Eagles Fire, hangs on for third, and Powderman in 4th. So
1, 6, 7, and 3. So the 1 won. Then came 6 with the jock, which is also right. Then came 7. And then came 3. The only one that I hoped did not get there. The one would be, wait, 6 with this, and 7 is here. And then the 3. That was good. 1. Man. 7 and 10 has been scratched. 5, 6, 2, 8. So this is also 1100 meter. Ideally, the one that should be winning is the one. That is the one which should be winning, but it will not win because of two reasons. Because it's jumping 7 steps here, 6 steps here, and it is not doing great. So that probably is not happening, not winning. And then the favorite is this one, the 5, okay, which is the linear. But the linear is looking like that, and it is going negative, 3.5 drop, jock allocation missing. So then probably it is on 6. It'll be on the form line, I guess. 2 is the next, but this is how it looks like. Though it was looking the same here, but on 1100 meter, it did not matter and it went through with the form line. Okay. Now, into the biggest defaulters as well. It's probably 6. Probably 6. If they're the same, then the low pressure. I will not take a chance on 2. I will not take a chance on 2. But that's the right fit actually. That's the lowest jump. After this is the highest. That's the right fit. But here it is. Now that it's with a joke. They are all same sex, same age, which is also a factor. So not having this is 3.5 jokes after 61 capabilities. Not doing well. There's still 3, 5. One. Ideally, two should win, but it's dicey. It's the same stuff. Okay, I went with the 4, it just did not work, and the 2 with the weight allocation just went through. Even if the jockey was like that, the hand was good. Okay, so ideally here that bill fits on this guy, but the hand is not good. They are like that. The 5 is not doing well, but 6 probably with the low pressure is the second one. The question is whether 5 is going to pull up that pressure line with that kind of a form line, and this is where it is a mismatch. So that's 2.5 by his 1 on 4. So 4 probably is there with 5 doing something. Now how they will get placed, we'll see. Ideally 2 should win, which doesn't look like they are in habit of winning. It doesn't look like they have the habit of winning. So we'll see. It's not tough track, Jimmy. It is just that, you know, we are looking at it from a different perspective altogether. That's why it is it feels like it's a tough track. But here, I mean, the point is this: we have to be able to make a call. Okay, so here the one why I did not make a call on this, because I thought that this will, on an 1100 meter, my call was wrong. Okay, that's the highest weight that should work. Okay, this is what we have played all last 3 years. Okay, this is what we have played last 3 years: pressure, low pressure, then it goes to a high pressure or a low pressure. That's what we have played all our races. That is what we have played. But when we did that, we did not have this insight. Okay, so now this section is new, so I am trying to figure out how this thing is going to work and why the 4 got knocked out. Because of whatever reason, the 4 got knocked out, and the 1 which got raved on 1100 meter, it won, and that was the right odd. Here the 5 is not the top weight. Okay, the top weight is 1. Ideally that should win, but that's about 6 steps jumping here, no jock on this, so that probably is a bad idea with a bad health. The next in line is 2 or 3. If you look at 2, That's jumping 2.5 step with 58. That's 0.5 on a stretch. That's that. Here it is jumping, but there is no jock allocation, so that probably is a bad idea. Here, ideally, through the weight, 2 should win. Then it should go to a low pressure, which is the 6, which is with the form line. Now what is the low pressure going to do? And what happens with 5? How do they play? Because that's 3.5 on a drop line here. There's no jock. I mean, the jock allocation is like that. Required 2.5 is 1. So both of them are stronger in that case. So the 5 is showing negative and the 2 is the highest weight. So ideally it is pressure on the weight, then the low pressure, then jumps back somewhere where we will see whether it jumps back on 4 or 8 or 5. 5 is 55 on a pressure line. Okay, 5 is the favorite. We'll get there in some form or some way it will get there. Three for a large coffee. I mean, the thing is, when we are taking a call, we are making an informed decision. Correct. We are making an informed decision, but that informed decision needs to be validated. So the 2 is the right one, but they're like that. So if they fail, we know that they're not in the habit of winning. So we keep that thing in mind next time we do that. 1 is the highest, cannot win. 6 steps, 7 steps up. That's a bad idea. Now, in this case, if they have a bad management, will the jockey win with a form line? We'll get the other column, which is the win weight column. We'll get the win weight. We have the travel weight on right now. This is the ideal weight. We need to get a win weight. What is the win weight? Last did nothing. Yeah, that did nothing too. they've got, I mean, if you look here, that thing on a 58.5 has the highest leverage. So this is a good horse. But point is here. Okay. On that thing, it is now where it is here. He is tailed. Unless she was let out early. I don't have that feed. I have dogs running. There's the 3. Looks stunning.
$2.70. That's attracting good interest. Placed both runs this campaign. Net Ravda, number 2 second pick off a last start win, $4.80 into $4.60. Odessa is $4.60 out to $5. Esprit du Jour is $6.50 out to $7.50. Rest double figures. No interest in terms of a firm for any of them. Let's get to the track. Galpin, $9 out to $10. Actually back into $9 late with the bagman. This man's on top of David Fowler.
Just hoping it will appreciate a good tempo. Swoop late. I can't guarantee the winner of this race, but I can guarantee that the speed will be good. When you go through the Overfull, the Pravda, Hey Daisy, Odysseus, Esprit du Jour, the racing pattern is for going forward and having speed, so I was looking for a run on horse. Hurricane Lou also fits into that category. It has the advantage of barrier 1, and if you're looking for market movers, she fits the bill to the top degree. $2.70. The Pravda $4.60 on the 7-day backup. Odessa, they're gambling with her out to $5.50. She's the one they really want to take on. Esprit de Jour out to 7. And Galpin hovering around that $9-10 mark. So we're a soft 5 after the previous race. No surprises there. Track playing well. Now here's a move to see them go up. In fact, Hurricane Lou has moved in. The Pravda joins them. Loading well now for the 4th. Hurricane Lou and the Pravda have taken their spots. Des is about to come up with Overfull of the Grey Prussia. Who's the outsider of the field. So there's only 4 to move up. So close to a start in race 4. Prussia the Grey goes in. It's the $34 outsider. Hurricane Lou cemented as favourite, $2.70. The Pravda now hitting $5. Odessa $5.50. Esprit de Jour $7. Overfull goes up to the outside gate. They're all in and ready to break in the 4th. There's the light. Fillies and Mares Class 3 at the 11-10 metres. Set for action. Racing. They jumped on a good line bar Galvin, who normally drops back. First to go was Odessa, Esprit de Jour with speed, and Overfall's going to travel up. Hey Daisy not far away. Depravda can't get onto the lead today. Hurricane Lou near the inside. Then came Galpin and Prussia. They hit inside the 800 metres. Odessa in front, Esprit de Jour on the outside, and Overfull goes up to make a line of 3, and they clap the pace on mid-race. Hey Daisy sitting pretty 4th the rail. Depravda 5th one off. 2 to Hurricane Lou, followed by Prussia, and Galpin is going to have to come from last if it's to win. 7 off the lead. Heading up to the bend, 450 left to run Odessa and Overfull. The Spring Jaw trying to retain the rail. Hey Daisy just behind them. The Pravda hooking deep. Hurricane Lou with a little bit of work to do. Galpin being rid for like up near the inside, and then came Prussia. In the straight now with 250 left to run. The leader was Odessa. On the outside, Hey Daisy. Through in the centre was a Esprit de Jour. Hurricane Lou not doing enough. The few of the charts here, and I can see Galpin getting right through on the inside. Here comes Galpin. Here comes Galpin. And Galpin
Three.
Hey Daisy, Odessa, or Esprit de Jour.
Boom!
Run on, then the Pravda Prussia over full last.
So Galpin for Kyle Wilson-Taylor. That was David's on topper up inside them all to beat them all at $9.70 at $2.80. Looks like 4's going to run second, Hey Daisy. And then it's close for third between the 6 Odessa and the 8 Esprit de Jour. So 3 should be
4.
And it's dangerous to have a go for that third number because your noses are obscured. But it should be 3, 4 and a photo between the 6 and the 8 to race number 4 of 8 this afternoon from Doomben. So the main quantity starts with the next race there. Second event from the Bendigo Greyhounds is our next assignment. Triple Threat is the favourite, number 3. Ticking along well at the moment. $1.75 into $1.50. So it's been crunched atop the tap tree. And away from it, sustainable off a really noticeable early drift, number 4. Went up at $5.50. Late it's $11 back into $6. And with that late support, it'd be best back late to beat the best back in the race, that being Triple Threat. Triple Threat is the ratings on topper here. And other side of it, we're launching into Pinjarra, an 8-race card on the Scarp side track there. And the first there due in around 3 minutes from now.
3, 4. And what are the other numbers? The 3. They are not in a winning habit. You made the right call, Jimmy. You made the right call. So 2 ideally should have won with everything in place, but they're not in a position to win because they're like that. And next in line was 3, though it was on a higher game, but that you did right. 59. That was a brilliant call, Jimmy. That was a brilliant call on this. The 4 came second because of that, and then I think it is one of these, the 8 or the 6. We'll take a look. Hold on. Three, 4, 8. 3486. 3486. The 5 did not get there, okay? The 5 was not 3486. Three, 4, 8, and 6. So what is the difference between these two horses? Okay, now that's the question. So ideally the 2 should have won. Okay, the right arrangement was here, but they are like that. So it went here. We'll go to the next. One, 3, 6, 8. 1, 3, 6, 8 all scratched, and 10. 1, 3, 6, 8, and 10 all scratched. 7, 12, 5, and 4. 7, 12, 5, and 4. 7, 12, 5, and 4. So we are back to the maiden, and they're all like they're all negative leverages, out of which 7 has the right form line. That's the form line, that's the body weight, that's the balance. Okay, and here is the match. So -1, -1 should win. Should win. And that's the lowest. I mean, the opposite. That's 1. That's by far the best horse out of all these monkeys. That's by far the best horse. So yes, that's -157. Then the drop with a jock should have been 0 here. 55, 1.5, 9, 9. 4 doesn't have a form line. Then what happens to you want to run neutral? This will not win. And then this one. Okay. So you see, the 13 matches the bill, okay? The 13 matches the bill, but they're like that. So maybe they'll get a place, or maybe they will not. They are not in a habit of winning. They don't like winning, that's for sure. But they have the arrangement after this. Okay, so this is jumping 2 on a 58, 59. This is a drop. Ideally 13 should win, but two of the problems are this, that it is a negative leverage and they're not in a habit of winning, so that probably will not happen. 7 is the first, then take a look at this. 5 ideally should be the next, but that's the jog. That's the jog. 5 is ideally the next, so that's that. That is next, but what might happen is here is these two. This will not work as I think. This is 7 with a jump to and this is the other one. So here we have a jump, so that's that. Then like that. Now comes 9 is a, these two are on the same ground. 57, 57, same between leverage. Balance is on this, so this is going to be on neutral. On 57, that's the lowest drop. And with the jock, so that's that. Allocation is in 0 and who's running 5? God knows who's running 5. Who's running? And Rod came in second. And delete his share. 55, 57. Even 1.5 will not work on this. It boils down here actually, but they're like that, so probably maybe they will get a place, because at the end of the day, that's the match. But problem is negative, and this. The 7 is the right odd. It's a match. $3,486. Yes. Good night, Jimmy. We'll see you on Saturday. Five is with the jock. 12 is like that. 9 is a drop. Jock allocation running neutral.
Actually, when the correct way was given on the previous race, I looked up at the screen and it was $1.30. It got out from $1.28 to $1.30. I had a look at it, thought about it, and I cast mind to other things. I seriously thought about that $1.30 because really, it does look past the post. Now $1.15. That's odds of around 6 to 1 on in the old language as they start to move in. Yada Zoo was the only other runner of single figures, but it's now double figures. It's $7 out to 10, so there's no lead there, and then they get progressively longer after that. Well, the runners are moving in well. In fact, Urban Princess, Long Tara, and Steady On will be the last three to move up. And then the starter will be in a position to dispatch the field at the Forex Gold Maiden Plate, race 5 today. Urban Princess goes up, dropping Long Tara out of the saddle, so obviously the plan is to load it riderless. Previous race won by Galpin. Smart ride by Kyle Wilson-Taylor. Took the shortest way home along the fence. The gap came and he took it. Galpin was able to come from last to win. The last one up is Steady On, and we're set to go. Crash the party at $1.15. No, Steady On just backed out at the last moment. And make another attempt. Should be right this time. Starter having a look. He's about to switch on the red light. There it is, down there ready. Racing. Jumped at a fairly even line. Let's try and pick an early leader. There's a few going for it. Had it all driving through along the inside. Will take the early front running role. From Steady On, Urban Princess driving up to be third. Yanazoo fourth. King Chances, though, light blue and white colours fifth on the rail. And Daniel Moore settles Crash the Party in about sixth position, one off the fence, about four off the lead. Then Montara, Weekend Spirited Lottery Leakers last. They head into the first bend, just over 800 left to Rada. Had it all lead from a swarm of them. Steady On's rushing up off the track, four wide, three out of Yanazoo. One off the inside was Urban Princess and King Chance, fifth the rail. Crash the Party remains in that sixth position, one off. Then Lontara outside of it.
13 should place, but 13 is
600 left
in a very bad management. We'll see how that works.
4608. Had it all came to the
Ideally, 13 should win.
Who's done more than its fair share of work. King Chance in third, Yanazoo in fourth. Now Crash the Party comes to the outside. Fourth and fifth around the bend has had it all. Tried to kick in the early part of the straight, short of 300 left to run. King Chance gets out. Crash the Party coming down the outside with a strong rider. Then Steady On and Yanazoo. Had it all in front, but Crash the Party has got it with short of 100 to go. Had it all, boxes on well. Crash the Party in front now, drawing clear. And it's day to day. Crash the Party, too good. Crash the Party,
7, 9, 13.
King Chance and Weekend Spirit. Then Lottery Link, followed by Steady On, Urban Princess, Yanazoo, and Lontara trailed them home.
7, 9, 13, and
Crash the Party
5.
dropping out of listed grade back to the midweekers. Dominant at the finish, beating Had It All and King Chance. Pays 120 across the totes. 7, 9, 13. 5 in for fourth. Main quaddy gets underway with a hot fave home there at Doomben. Fourth event from the Bendigo Greys is the...
So 7, 9, they're actually nuts. That basically these people are, I mean, there's how I thought the two would get there with that, but that did not happen. What happened is that 13 should have gotten in there, but no, that 13 kind of fell apart because of that. So that basically is not going to work. So 7 was good, that went through. Then came in 9. So 55, 56, 57, 55. That's the difference. So that was 1.5. This was 0.5. So this was a lower jump. On a 55, this was 1.5. This was a lower one, so that came in. Ideally, it should have been here. But these guys are like that. So you can't trust them. Third for 13, yes, third for 13. And I'll teach you a trick, Gate. I'll teach you a trick what to do. If you actually need the data, I will show it, but like the last one, when you asked for it, the race was getting started. So either I show you the data or I pull up the feed and show it to you. So that basically is, becomes a little trouble. What you can do is, when you're looking at the screen, just enlarge the screen. You have an enlarge button on the YouTube sidebar at the bottom right hand side. So if you enlarge, and then if you take a print screen, okay, the print screen button, you should have it on your device. You can take a print screen, you will have it saved in your computer and you can pull it up. But if that's a trouble, you can always ask me. I will show it as many times as you want to see it. But the only problem is when you ask for it, if it is the post time, then we either look at the data or we look at the race. We'll go to the next 6. No scratching. 4, 8, 6, and 5. So, okay, what is happening? The 4 is the favorite, okay? But here is the thing. It's running. It'll get there. How we will see. But the problem is, you see, the winning proposition is on 6. Okay, it's like the 13 here, which did not win because of that. Also, the 7 was the right fit. Okay, so it's basically this guy who's 6, who's the fit. Okay, the 6. Then I think it'll drop, and it'll drop here on 8 because that's the EW anyway. Now these two horses are there. This also is a very strong match, the 7, before it hits 5. Also the 1, which probably is there, but then it is if we look at these two horses, so obviously the jump is on this one, should get the leverage of the weight. It should get the leverage of the weight. But the point is this, that whether it'll get there, I mean, ideally it is 8 and then probably on 9, because that's 0.5, but that's 56. This is 60.5, the 56.5. So before it touches that, I mean, that's a 7-year-old gilding. I don't know how that actually is going to work, but 681 on this one. Okay. But what might happen is this, that because it's a 7-year-old, it'll get knocked out. Ideally, it is here. So 8 will be the low pressure, which is with the jock. We'll play the game here. Then it is between these two horses, probably 4. Now 4 is jumping 6.5 step up and getting into negative. Doesn't have the right jockey calibration. So that is what is missing. Okay. Ideally it is 6. That's the right arrangement. It is like the 13. The 13 did not win. I mean, it's 13 and 7, they were equally good, but this is a lower value. This is a better value. All right. So that's 0.5, 0.5. This is a better value. The 9 came in with the drop and a jock. Sorry. And the 13 is like that. So here it is the 6 jumping up will be the drop, which is there. Then it should be here because these are 56.5. That's the 8, which is the second position with the jock. And then it is supposed to be on 1. So we'll see how that works. Okay. Jao's 5 win. Gate, if you need to see something, please let me know. We have plenty of time right now. 10 minutes to go, Gate. So if you want to look at any particular horse, let me know. Four is the favorite, but it's jumping 6.5 steps. The jockey allocation is not equipped for this, showing negative. 6 is probably the right arrangement. 8 comes next because of the jock and the drop. Low pressure. Then it's hazy, where it'll go, how it'll go. It could be anywhere. Ideally, It could be here. Or 1. It's 59.5, 60.5 stays no drop, but the form line goes missing. Dow's got 5. Ideally, it should. Ideally, it should.
20 best back to beat it. He-Man has supporters as well. Stablemate at Bollinger Miss, $8.50 into $6.50. Holy Flash number 7 is $9 into $8. Christina gets got the blows everywhere at $6.50 out to $8.50 with the bookings and nothing else to report. We're about 60 seconds away. David likes Stracina, but it's soft in the market.
100%, Marto. I'd like to see some support, but there's nothing there. I get why they're coming for Lady Lucifer. There's a good chance this might get to the front and dictate the terms. Forget that first up runner. Had a trick gate that day and things never really panned out for it, but some of her best performances has been when she's controlled, so she's at 290 as you outlined. Bollinger Miss down to 440. Good money for Bollinger Miss. It doesn't win out of turn these days, and nor does the third favourite He-Man at 650. And there's stablemates, Bollinger Miss at He-Man. And as you outlined, Dracena 850 and Holy Flash at 850. Now let's see what's happening over at the start. They're all behind the gates. No move up as yet. Now this is going to come out, Hermione Prancer. Just stand by. Yes, Jeff. Late scratching. Thank you. Hermione Prancer is a late scratching. So number 9, Hermione Prancer, a late scratching. Hermione Prancer is out. It was vetted in the enclosure after an incident. Was cleared there, but second vet check has put up the stop sign of the red light. So another day for Hermione Prancer. It had got right out of the market too to $14. So put the pen through number 9. It's out, reducing the field to 8. Crash the party won the previous race. Interesting comments there from Toby Edmonds post-race. And to a lesser degree, Daniel Moore, that she won, but she didn't win in the fashion that maybe they expected. It wasn't the real Crash the Party today, according to Daniel Moore. So Toby Edmonds is in the thought zone of sending her for a break, coming back a little later in the year. But not ironclad, but she won, but was more tradesmanlike than it was impressive. I think that's a fair comment. Now they're moving in well. Jockey of Midnight Drifter's out of the saddle, which is though they'll load it riderless. Lady Lucifer waiting its turn with He-Man. He-Man and Bollinger Miss, their stablemates, and both under the ownership of the Queensland Rogues. Bollinger Miss's jockey has a white cap. He-Man a white maroon spotted cap. 310 now, Lady Lucifer. Where's the money coming for? Bollinger Miss 460, He-Man at 6, Dracena and Holy Flash at 850. So a 3 in front of Lady Lucifer's price now. And she will be the last one to move up. Ben Osmond brings her up in the on-track racing colours, and we're set to go. Sky Racing Handicap, the 6th today, 1350 metres. Hermione Prancer, number 9, a late scratching. A field of 8 to be dispatched as the starter switches on the red light. All set. Dealer break. Racing. Lady Lucifer made a good start. The favourite goes straight to the lead as many expected. Holy Flash nicely away. El Defino on the scene to be 3rd. And Dracena's able to pop in 4th one off the rail, but the speed is slow early. Then Man of the Town, followed by Bollinger Miss, Midnight Drifter, and He-Man drifting out towards the tail. But Lady Lucifer enjoys what they call an uncontested lead, short of 1,000 to go. Just sailing along comfortably on her Pat Malone. Shows out from Holy Flash by just over a length. El Defino 3rd, the box seat. Dracena in 4th, under restraint because the speed is steady. Man of the Town, a stayer, goes up 3 wide in the middle part. And then a line of 3 at the back of the bus. That's Midnight Drifter, 3 wide around He-Man and Bollinger Miss inside the pair. They're tightly bunched as they get towards the 600. And if she's beaten, she'll be considered disappointing, Lady Lucifer, because she's had a very easy run. That first 750, nearly 47 seconds. Very slow indeed. Up on the outside, Holy Flash. 3 wide at the turn, Man of the Town. Aldefino behind the leader, waiting on a run. Dracina's being pushed along as the sprint went on. Then Midnight Drifter, wider. He-Man trying to run on. Then Bollinger missed, but Lady Lucifer has had the best of runs, is now sprinting hard and fast. Aldefino trying to force a gap and does so, comes after Lady Lucifer. Lady Lucifer in front, trying to hold on. Aldefino coming in gamely. Lady Lucifer in front, Aldefino lunge photo. Lady Lucifer tried to hang on from Aldefino. Holy Flash and Bollinger miss along the rail. Then Dracina, Midnight Drifter, He-Man, and out towards the tail was Man of the Town.
So it's close. Lady Lucifer trying to grip on. Aldefino takes a late dive at it. 7 will run third. Holy Flash and pay $2.30 and 8 in for fourth. Let's have another look. 4 on the inside, 3 on the outside. Down to the wire they go. Looks like there'll be the inside margin. Lady Lucifer should be 4, 3, 7. Potentially 8 for fourth, but it looks like there's going to be a margin for Lady Lucifer to go all the way for Benjamin Osmond there in race number 6. 12th event from Temora sees Balmoral Queen off a last start win, number 7. $2.60 into $1.80 as the market mover. Brodie Lee off the inside. He's come back with 3 straight.
That happened. We'll go to the next. Five, 6, 10, 11, 14, 15. All scratched. 13, 7, 8, and 2. So that 13 is the favorite, okay? It's a 1600 meter. There are two ways of looking at it. One, it is going to be carrying the lowest weight, but it is going to come from gate number 10. So that's one side of the story. The arrangement is again on 8. Why the 8 will not win and why the 6 failed here is something that I don't know yet, but this was carrying definitely a higher weight. There's going to be a difference between the Saturday racing and the weekday racing gate. There's going to be a difference, but that's exactly what needs to be identified. How big is the difference between the Saturday and the weekday? How big is the difference?
And Maloney. Golden Eyes is 4 to 440 back into $4. Empress of Japan 420 to 460. Black Eyed Blonde 550 out to 7. Nibble back into 650. At longer odds go Maro number 4 for Benjamin Osborne is $16 into $13. Empress of Japan comes up from New South Wales as its man's on top of David Fowler.
Very keen on her. This market's like a yo-yo. Empress of Japan was in, now it's out. One thing about Kundabung, it has been the best back runner. It's on the 7-day backup. It wasn't a factor here last week in the last race behind Daywood. That was at 13.50. With a better track today and an extra 200 metres or so, Kundabung is expected to go a lot better. The market tells us that. $3.90. Empress of Japan, like her form this campaign. I know she doesn't have a great strike rate, 2 from 15, but she's coming from New South Wales Provincial to Brisbane midweek. I think her form will hold her in good stead here, and she gets a soft run from the rails gate. 460 is her price. Golden Eyes is ahead of her in the market now at 420. So Kundabung $4, 420 Golden Eyes, 460 Empress of Japan, 550 Black Eyed Blonde, Captain Eagle at $8. Moving in well. Racing tomorrow is at Ipswich, Southeast Queensland. Jared will be there. Jared West will broadcasting at Ipswich, and Mitch will be at Bay Desert on Friday. And then, of course, we're back to Eagle Farm on Saturday for the final Group 1 of the racing season, the Tats Tiara, the Battle of the Bush, and a host of other feature races. Now, they've moved in well here for the 7th. In fact, Smart Action is the last one up. They're in starters' hands now. And they're racing. Empress of Japan began reasonably well on the inside. Kundabung began a little better. Showing early speed, Captain Eagle with Black Eyed Blonde and right off the track, Golden Eyes going forward. But it's going to have to do some work if it's to get to the top. Then Jupiter Hills, Go Maro, Run to You, and Smart Action off the outside gate taken back to last. They sort their order out as they turn to the back straight, just over 1,200 left to run. Black Eyed Blonde led narrowly from Captain Eagle, and Maloney's put Kundabung in the perfect spot, third the box seat. One away Golden Eyes, getting in to be fourth one off the fence. Then Go Maro, Empress of Japan, midfield the fence. Just poking up between that pair was Jupiter Hills, Run to You and Smart Action the last pair. They drop anchor in the middle part, 900 left to run. Black Eyed Blonde slows things down. leads Captain Eagle by about a net. Racing third, Cundabung. The well-back Cundabung is securing the best of runs in the middle part of the race. Golden Eyes not far away in 4, and Empress of Japan right behind them in 5. Then Jupiter Hills. Gomaro is 3 wide, with Smart Action out of the tail with Run to You. Little change to the order as they went by the 600 metres. Black Eye Blonde trying to develop into a sprint home. Captain Eagle sticking on gamely on the outside. Here's a 3 wide move by Golden Eyes. Cundabung needs a run now. Then came Jupiter Hills trying to make ground. Empress of Japan behind them and under some pressure. And then Run to You in the straight by the 300. Captain Eagle and Black Eye Blonde. Coming at the pair was Golden Eyes. Cundabung gets the rails run. It's good enough now. Wider was Empress of Japan. Jupiter Hills even deeper. Golden Eyes sweeps to a clear lead with 100 to go. Golden Eyes is off and gone. Running on strongly. Run to You, but it's all over. Golden Eyes too good. Beto, Black Eyed Blonde, Cundabung, Empress of Japan, and Run to You. A gap then to Captain Eagle, followed by Smart Action, Jupiter Hills, and Gomaro whipped them in.
Golden Eyes over Ben Thompson to pay $3.50 and $1.60 and beats. Black Eyed Blonde at $1.80 now for third. 2's over on the inside. And 7 in particular is wide out. That's close. And there's one sandwich between those two as well. 13, 8 in a photo. I think 7 and 2 are the two most prominent there. One race to come from Doomben this afternoon. We'll take a look at it.
Six and 9 has been scratched. 7, 1, 12, 10. The 7 is the favorite. It looks like that. The leverage is huge, 106. Doesn't have a form line, but it is the linear. The 1 is equally in trouble. That is Lavat. 7 and 1 both are in questionable positions. 7 is like that, 1 is like that. So this is a 1350, so pressure will matter. I think it is 10. We'll see how that works. This is 128 going fine. If the 7 wins, then the 7 is a very good horse. Have we seen these kind of horses? Yes, we have.
90s, saluting here at the 1200 metres. Autumn Tree, $3.90 out to $4.40 on the second line. Better Not Slip, $5.50 into $4.60 as fans to roll both. If you're after a roughie, Slip Saying number 2, 31 to 26. And Cello number 4, King Cabana number 5, both has fans at really big odds. Rough cause to go back-to-back for this man, David Fowler.
I like the maiden win. It wasn't a crash on field and had all the favours up front on the fence, but a little bit with something in hand, and I think it might be progressive. The market is certainly of a similar sentiment, down to $3 now, with Autumn Tree getting out to $4.40. Better Not Slip firm at the $4.40 and Sequel firm at the $5.50. So the market has established 4 genuine chances, and looking at the flux over the last half hour, they've all met with support. Probably not Autumn Tree as much. I'm going to say Rough Cause, Better Not Slip and Sequel have been supported. Autumn Tree leads. They're moving up. Last race today, 1350 metres. Track has played well during the day. Our last few coming up is Marcelo about to go in. King Cabana waiting its turn with Sequel. Rough Cause, Slip Zone. Marcelo goes up. King Cabana about to come in. Three runners out of line. Slip Zone, Sequel and Rough Cause. This is a Class 1 plate, 1350 metres. Slip Zone with the barrier blanket goes up. A last look at the tap fixed board. 7 Rough Cause, best back $3. 1 Autumn Tree, $4.40. 10 Better Not Slip, $4.40. 12 sequel 550. Rough Cause to come up. Emily Lang riding in the Tony Gallen stable colours, which we don't see that often. Tony has a big team, but so many others have their own sets of silks, but this is the Gallen family colours. Now they're all in. Ready to jump. There's the red light. Last race of the day. Racing Brisbane. The Grey Atlantic Coast missed it by a length. Sequel began fast. Rough Cause going forward in a hurry. Better Not Slip third away. Swag in fourth and Autumn Tree is going to land about fifth on the fence. King Kebab next but deep. A few lengths away, Barcelo, followed by Opatire. Then a decent gap of 4 lengths to Atlantic Coast inside of Slip Sane. Heading inside the 1,000 metres, and Emily Lang took Rough Cause the favourite to the lead. Swag went up to be second, and Better Not Slip is going to secure a mute run. Third, the fence sequel, 3/4 away in fourth. The next pair, Autumn Tree inside of King Cabana, 2 to Opatire outside of Barcelo, a length and a half Slip Sane, and 1 away last Atlantic Coast. 8 lengths span them as they head towards the 600 metres. Rough Cause is enjoying a comfortable trip in the middle part of the race. Shows out from Swag, leading by that length margin. The first split 46-43. Better Not Slip all coiled up, ready to go in third. Sequel on the way forward now. Autumn Tree coming off the fence. King Kabama going wide, then Barcelo. A long way back was Opatire, Atlantic Coast, and Slipsane. Heading for home now, 300 left to run. Rough Cause the leader. Swag trying hard. Autumn Tree joining in strongly. Then Better Not Slip, sequel on King Kabama. Rough Cause is gone. Headed off by Autumn Tree. Autumn Tree dash to the front. Maloney goes for home. Rough Cause battling on well, but it's Autumn Tree in the last. Beating home Rough Cause. Swag third. Fourth. Trying to hang on was Better Not Slip, but Slipsane rushed home to make it interesting. Then Atlantic Coast, King Kabama, followed by Opatire, sequel, and Barcelo was the last one over the line.
Autumn Tree wins second up for Chris Waller. Ryan Maloney wraps up Doomben in the process. Pace 5:10, 180, beating Rough Cause and Swag. 178. Looks like 10's going to grip on to run fourth. Better Not Slip. We thank David for terrific coverage as always. Big week today from Brisbane. Now we're the sixth event at Kew Lakes.
That actually is a very good horse. Okay, that actually is a very good horse. It failed because of that, but that's more or less what it is. 1-7. 8 and 10. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 8 races today here at Doomben. That was the last one. But I want to thank everybody who's been watching this stream from anywhere in the world. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I want to thank Gate. Thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dow's, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Jimmy, I know you've left, but thank you so much for being there, my friend.